It is time for the fucking toxic lawyer Yuri stream. It's long awaited. I had to wait until I finished Feeny Fridays to get into Feeny but toxic. Toxic Lawyer video game 2. Now, if you haven't seen my VOD of episode 0, that is there. And it will be beneficial for you to watch if you don't know what's happening. Because we're starting with episode 1. Because episode 0 was the demo that I played on a Next Fest night. And I specifically have a VOD just for that. And I even got the special little phone charm that you get for playing episode 0. It's going to be awesome. But first, I need to fucking, we gotta get in there. I have some bonuses, I think. Yeah, concept gallery, bonus scenarios. Episode 1, main menu, yeah. One of the bonuses I got from having save data from episode 0 was that one of my bonuses is I can just skip episode 0 and go straight into episode 1, I guess. I can't continue, but I can just go straight to episode 1. Which we will do now. Now is the time. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot, and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and auto saves will be disabled as well. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial gameplay will be increased. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, as allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. I'm going to see if it works with my controller. If there's like controller. Oh. Yeah, this just controls like a mouse. So I'm just gonna use mouse and keyboard. Profiles, reading list, evidence, save game, load game, store. Neko Morgue. Let's go, baby. Ria's undercover, reward for clearing episode 1 on high roller. Get the rose gold phone case with my store credit. Charmless black phone case. Rose gold. Oh, we're getting magenta. Hell yeah. Okay. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Completing this episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned any other way. You can turn high roller mode off at any time in settings, but in order to turn it back on, you would have to restart the episode. That makes sense. High roller mode is intended to encourage risk-taking and discourage save scumming. Considering enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. I wouldn't call myself a true gambler, to be honest. Feeny Friday. Wait, yeah. Toxic lesbian lawyer Friday. Let's see. Save and load as often as you'd like for the perfectionist. High roller. Limited to 1 save slot. Loading prior saves is disabled during trials. Play like a real gambler. I think we're gonna stick with standard. TLLF. Toxic lesbian lawyer Friday. See, there we go. When's Maya come in? Oh, she died long before the series started, I'm afraid. We were in the cyberpunk future. Maya was ages ago. You picked standard. Enjoy the mystery. Disable tutorials. We're gonna keep tutorials on because it's been a while. When's Von Karma? We're Von Karma. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Thank you for coming over. Figures you'd notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week, about my whereabouts, and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes? Probably cursed them out. Yeah, I can see that. Is there anything you wanted to ask me? Toxic evil lawyer, Yuri. No. Not even for a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. I love when I don't know who's talking, so I don't know how to pick a voice. Oh, piss. Glass him! Vandalism detected. So true, Misty. Hit my beer bottle to your barks. Fuck yes. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area... Fuck off, copper! Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey! He's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Or he'll have us pinned down to our dental records before he can say we're Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you too, Morgan citizen. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it! Must be the new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty. Scanning the streets for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Fucking RoboCop voice. I thought it was suitable. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. Punching us? I keep tapping my fucking microphone. I really need to figure out a better place for this thing. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street, and fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. You can't work the piler without Schwinn up on the roof, so, I don't know, take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. Copper, what does that mean? a derogatory word for automated dependents, particularly ones licensed or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clanker, chrome dome, microchip, breath, to be classified as hate speech, arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were considered a form of hate speech, incidents of destruction of corporate property where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid towards the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient, living things. People, animals, or corporations. If you feel that a corporation you know has become the victim of a hate crime, you can report it at our confidential portal here. Profiles. Morgan. Neko arc? Yeah, it's the charm I got for playing episode 0 before the first one came out. December 26, 175 centimeters, AB negative. Occupation, criminal, defense attorney. Likes trigonometry, okay. Rooftops, bonfires. Dislikes sunburn, baths, karaoke. She dislikes baths? Okay. Exercises by swimming, hidden talent, baking, body count. You cannot ask someone that. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. Little uncomfortable in the bath, it's too small. Look, if I could have a bath that would fit me, I would live in that thing. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking. The small woman beside him is trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearby so heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days? His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her skirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he's stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh, no, that's just... A woman with an exhaustion above her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. Body modifications, aka mods, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, the modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression or identity, to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Think about the Blade Runner kitty with the pink light aristocrat again? I don't even know what that is. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord that the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems, but so far none have gained much traction. Users also frequently search for, can you return mods, can you undo mod surgery, best reviewed neural implants 2086. You reblogged it? I reblog a lot of things. While a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk around the block, get her some air, would ya? Apparently, this call can't wait, and it's louder than the garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am. I'd be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers, if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that thinks they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else... You're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. Just the scene from the new Blade Runner movie where the hologram's telling him he's lonely. Oh, yeah. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony. All smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit much. But I went out last night. 30-year-old well-developed, healthy blanket. Yeah. So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L30 my best impression of a salute. 2080 is 6, but the MP5 is still based and so cool. White Adder something. I can't read it. Thank you for your service. And, of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. Let's go! Of the Devil, Episode 1. An idle mind. LQ Retail. Holy shit. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Oh, fuck! Desk. And then a barcode. Sup. Desk personality setting 6. The cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, that kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see. You're a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers with spread and PA fire options available. My bad. PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for concealed, it's gonna have to at least be small enough to... This would go a lot faster if I could just tell the desk what I want. We're gonna be patient. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model is gun nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test-fired at the range left my shoulder sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet, but they also have piss-poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any modder with insulation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force which slings a slug fast enough to mist a limit over 30 meters. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. My bad. Two-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their tool set, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away where the fabricators get the gun tagged. She's funny. Oh, yes, she is. I've got time to kill. So, is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first-name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why the 12/6 work week gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It's made me the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Woof. Transfusion from warm androids saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. The Animate 16 wasn't selling well before. I'm sure by now it's... The Animate 16, I assume, is a warm android? Automated dependent... Yeah, the ads, which are androids. Mist. Shoot, kill, originates from blood spray produced by modern firearms. Yeah. Animate 16, the latest android produced by Noble Electronics, and we think it's the greatest machine the world has ever seen. Battery life of over 154 hours, patented soft-touch digitation, remarkable tenderness and sensitivity, and the uncanny charm you come to expect from us. Yeah, so it's just a warm android. Neko Morgan keeps getting me. Of course, that's what she's there for. Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital Keystone data files. Oh my god, this is long. Belonging to the Tetra Metallics group, according to the press release. Blitz of cross posts. Hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief. Intent to ransom said files back to lawful owners at severe cost. Sizable monetary ransom, put out a list of demands. De-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits. Around the equator specifically. Impacted only by their billing services. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack. Lobo again. Or someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're original or not, so long as they're a genuine threat. Oh, like the stupid power plant thing? I think so? And no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for de-escalation. It's not the first time Lobos voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. Sheesh, would it kill you to clean up a little? Guess that desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Love you too, Valerie! I hope you get something delicious to eat. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory, really? They got a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here? Modern man's plateau, deep dive into global trends. Moore's laws used to be like a benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. Dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road. Middle class eaten alive by the rich that prop up, can no longer afford the products that they help create. Stagnant waters, parasites... Yeah, it's anti-capitalist shit. Makes sense. There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Anything else interesting to look at? Oh, there we go. There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. But this is a gun store after all. Power's always political. Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation, and... why, yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer in Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Assure, has passed. What? Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system, along with the Animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or... no, they wouldn't risk... fake news, but why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe, trying to... authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Assure is dead? Including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. 9:41 a.m., July 1st, 2086. The gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy, greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them. Their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them, either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something feel far away from Morgan's apartment. This place is bright as shit. Didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic and fine, and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only people who share your vice are stuffy old men with bad, expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. Terms, Lobo, yeah. You're welcome for clearing out this cache of soy slop before it could clog your brain's arteries any further. To whatever dumb as dishwater script kiddie yelled at come fix this, a word of advice from your superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Want a resource? Try this. Resecure, relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, take a deep breath, and then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slack-jawed screen lobotomites looking for a little excitement in their search history, find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach you how to run with the wolf. Lobo is king. We tried to process your request, but Lobo beat our ass till we ragdolled. October 28th, height 180 centimeters, 68 kilograms, O negative. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics, street food, crowds fishing, dislikes brain freeze driving, lint. Eyeglasses custom designed by Fiamma. Shampoo, expensive, sense of humor, unique. Reading list. Okay, these are the two things that I read. The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble. Auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes. See, David Assure was a renowned... Oh, it's just the edits. Though he retained the original past for the rest of his life, he was famously unlitigiate. They just edited them to be past tense. That's so funny. Reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity out under the sun. The raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing around? A phone call? Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood. Oh, Morgan, hey, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling. Who asked me to call her? Hi, Jess. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Oh, of course you have. Duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I just, with the company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that, to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other Noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but... It's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear it from a stream cryon. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm gonna get. Maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved. They said it was some kind of poison or... God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess. Whatever you need. Whatever you need. A bit much, but she's grieving. It's just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here, to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Before he... No, please don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often, or more quickly, than strictly necessary. And that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course! Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot! Well, what is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? Are we gonna get a Morgan outfit change? That would be funny. 11 a.m., July 1st, 2086. Chicken and rice, let's go! In transit. The autocab hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges into a canopy superhighway. Steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopy's always very arts and crafts to me. Cobbled together, always added on to, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly. And it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. It's very cool this game has like actual 3D environments. That seems like something that this developer really likes. Because their other game that I played, Model Employee, also had a 3D environments with 2D character models. I think they probably really liked Danganronpa, and like honestly, the 2D models on 3D environments were kind of inspired when that game came out. I feel like it's kind of odd for this type of thing, especially with the artist's style. Maybe. You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her texts now, she'll just send more later. Who is this? Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Ashura on the news. Rip. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Worth a shot. We all have our strengths. God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Why does all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Wait, is this her mom? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, true, went the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not from me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking you for advice. Okay. I guess this never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. Oh, this was probably someone who was higher up at the firm that she trained at. What was the name of the other game? It was Model Employee, and it is free. I highly recommend it. It was very enjoyable. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with Megs that owned their likeness. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they can pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all. Period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to fucking. Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? From this text conversation, I'm like 80% sure that this dev really enjoyed Homestuck, and I love it. I love it for them. This is fucking awesome. Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got fuck deep in corporate intrigue. Why? Because I got caught I don't even know how to translate what this is. Because I got caught redacted up the redacted of Anna Life's 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. Lot of stress to vent. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide, because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Ashur was your pal. My actual advice is... get whatever you're owed. Then get out of there fast as fuck, boy! That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body's sent out to sea in a boat. Then they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. But what the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of your Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should've worked smarter. Lol. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Christmas party! Owned. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. Masters. Okay, this is Starling. Executive assistant at Noble Electronics. She likes dancing, buying shoes, reselling shoes. She dislikes hangovers, soft mattresses, and machismo. Charm point, her earnest smile. Relaxes by bar hopping in lower wards. The best at reading the stock market. Interesting. Masters. July 7th, 166 centimeters. Weight depends on the time of day. AB negative, loyal to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Likes handsome men, pretty women, and expensive liquor. Dislikes clingy people, prudish people, and flying commercial. Jewelry, 24 karat. Age, difficult to verify. Smokes cigars, Death 13 cigarettes, and other adult stuff. We've got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown. Our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. We out here smoking penises. Straight balls kush. We're fully lighting that shaft up. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Whips a grape soda at you. If only. Not much of a punchline there. It's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by me, and all encircled by onlookers. I could try to enjoy these last few moments of calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about... Hell yeah, we got that shit unlocked! I saw that headline, by the way. The one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel-good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it? That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but... I don't know. Maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just riding sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade? Her lashes are so pretty. True. 'Cause she works on them things. All the corporate powered money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. Jess, I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that it couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea. He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? When I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker. or a false wall. And he told you that he wanted me to have what's inside? Right, he was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. It's all pretty analog for someone who is technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid, but David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. If he wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me the temp contract when I was graduating. I like her hair, too. I love that she has, like, drills, but, like, way out. Because I think it's fun, because my hair does the same thing. It's, like, fucking, as soon as my hair reaches, like, shoulder length here, I start getting ringlets. So, I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we called the company dorms back then, on account of all the people. Ah. Plus it was underground. Didn't see the sun that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Assure walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Assure. Directly. On a random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday? Thursday afternoon. The day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, I didn't... We still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right. Thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody? Oh, God, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean when the cops stacked on the media stacked on the lawyers, each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning long-ass cab ride. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the part of the city that his apartment is in. It's very, it's a very high productivity atmosphere is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night. They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. Did she hit an inhaler? She's hit an inhaler 3 times already. Once during the call and twice during this cab ride. He's been dead since last night, and they've kept it under wraps that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in his circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours? That seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So you found out last night? Right, last night. Oh, God! I'm so sorry. I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's all right. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... Well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seem pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. So what time would that have been? I guess I got there around 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. sent my last blah at 9:13, see? Gonna expire whoever put me in these heels this morning. It me. They can do that to your phone. Lock you out of social media. Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock. Or off the clock but on company property. They can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So if I got in at 9 p.m., I guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30. I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital. That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few minutes. And Noble Electronics' lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason? Or... Hard to think about, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night. Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when we met, he had already decided... It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. Uh-oh. 10:34 a.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing, Building, Platea, Lobby. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about the edges of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all these people? Well, there have always been people with strong feelings about our products. Android stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parted the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yup, David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble, wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning, and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do the last part, I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yep, it's a pretty standard benefit, actually. Cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after... I'm gonna have some water. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we could just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so she would have the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is it still called a crime scene? If it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble is paying to debate that question right at this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse basement, but we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door, and then head down. Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him... Hey ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain. Huh. You're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope? I'll live. I don't see the spunky one around. She taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Why? You miss her that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. Is Zero from like a prequel? No, if Zero is basically just like an introductory chapter that was released for free on Steam. You two know each other? Jess Starling, meet homicide detective Kasim London. It's a pleasure, miss. Is it set before this? Yes. You meet London during during Zero. And Reyes. Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with the line of work. The demo is Zero. Zero is the demo. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh, wow. Me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? No, nothing wrong. But as close as we are, we still can't just let her walk off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules? So there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition, though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't have to rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. Guy gets a bit of gray in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of... You two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us... That's alright, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? Her stupid little face. Yeah. Fucking... I saw so many posts that were just like, hetero Jessica. That's right, that's what we call her. Hetero Jessica. I think the one straight person in this entire game so far. We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, detective. Alright, why not? Oh, I meant like Morgan. Oh yeah, her stupid like, oh yes, of course, thank you. When she's being a pain and she knows it, yeah. How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up... He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions. Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is not entirely up to me. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here, anyway? since this morning. But civilized folks don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if he got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I could sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer. Sorry. You would lose, though. I already regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? A man is dead, and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation. As far as we know. So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly in the back of our neck. I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details, no, thank you. For not letting them make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective. Dr. Sure was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash? Yeah, you're, well, sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. You boys and Noble getting along with each other? Sharing your toys? Some of the younger ones are bristling. But I always play well with others, Counselor. And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? I like London and her dynamic. Yeah, it's pretty good. Noble, yeah, it's the electronic company. Meg. Derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called mega corporations or anyone who works with them. So that's what they were talking about before. Okay. Homicide detective first class. 186 centimeters, like 6'1", about. We're about the same height. Likes fall colors, fuck yes. Morning air, fuck you. Dimples. Yeah, I can see that. Dislikes touchscreens, cheap earbuds, and white rum. Cats or dogs. Both. Good at coming up with nicknames. Bad at remembering birthdays. Dislikes white rum. Fuck you, old man. They've given us access, and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top-of-the-line coverage, top to bottom of the building. The size of the data stream's torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that it was intentional. Bury us in data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide. I mean, that's a technique that law firms use now. Like, that's a well-established law tactic. Is to over-comply with, like, subpoenas and things. Maybe. Wait, they gave you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you their full spectrum. You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to the building's net, but that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. You know, I'd heard the rumors. Never put much stock in them, but it's true. Assure never owned a single android. Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was the genius who programmed them all. Every time they opened their mouths, it'd just be his own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. So that means all you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. Uh-huh. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. So do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Remind me, which one of us is the detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, androids especially. We at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of heated debate, but no need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalizing them is less than pointless, because unlike us, they're all insured. And besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True. Nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right! Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is proudly done here, right at home. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. Alright, now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm going to ask you to be discreet, and ideally, fast. Well, our business it's just in the basement, David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor, a roof, so its basement would be second to last floor if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go into the kitchen or the parlor. We'll just go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. The kitchen and the parlor. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort, like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Oh, yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones, through the checkpoints and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside, and its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by their nose their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trailhead having left them here for half reasons they couldn't put into words, even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The misunderstood genius of Dr. David Ashur, a video essay in 5 parts. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I'll never understand. I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. The presentation of this game is so wonderful. Oh, absolutely. Some random photogenic employee or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. I wonder if the line number, there was the actual number of lines typed out so far. I mean, I would believe that it was. Or at the very least, it was her 64th line. A man buried in his work with eyes fixed ahead. 10:32 a.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing, Building Platea. Penthouse. This is what? His laboratory? His shop, he called it? How down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never... But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this. He must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for all your help, Detective London. Don't mention it. What, you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not lacking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Right. At least she's already wearing gloves. If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching them. Oh. Oh! Look, if David had something to give to me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understand? Of course. Great. After you. Right. Quiet as a church house. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but... Oh. I think somebody broke a... Caught myself! I'm okay! I'm okay! But now doesn't seem like the time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognized the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise, always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine, said he couldn't find the time. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he's still... Morgan, what's up? You're smiling. What's so funny? Nothing. Just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I did actually know that. I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But our guy told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... Is that the vault over there, then? Yeah. Stands out, I guess. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But the inhaler helps, mostly, so... Aren't you going to open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh, how could I have... He didn't tell you or give you a code or... He gave me the code to get into the building and the parking garage, but not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in this shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes! Yes, he could have! He would have! In fact, I think he probably did. You stay right here, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Poor hetero Jessica. Sounds good. Right then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys Basic Sturticure Anti-Hack, Anti-Digital, High-Rated Code Panel. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password's limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Maybe I'll get lucky. Slim chances, but what the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot? Try my birthday. Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. I don't really want to dwell on why I thought that would work. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Cotter Security Systems, according to the label. Maybe it controls the whole room. His ugly Lambo, too. I know, I never understood why people are just like, yeah, I got this expensive car. I have it jacked up inside my house and I'll never drive it. It's like, why did you buy a car? Why didn't you buy, like, a statue or something? Damn, it's password protected too. And the code's 64 digits long. What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egg-headed... Okay, yeah, a programmer probably would care a lot more about IoT than whatever he can fit into a safety deposit box. Tethys, Online Shopping and Consumer Shopping Corporation. Internet of Things. Ah, of course. Data sharing, phones, computers, yeah. Guess it's the six-digit vault or nothing, but I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. The only tool I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in his safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games, and he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round. Taking a closer look, Morgan is 6 letters? I was just thinking that, but that seems way too obvious. Taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with his stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he's putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on the weights could be a clue. But there's too many, and I can't guess the order. So, what the hell, Ashore? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? David's wine collection, still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like the stuff. Cracked floor. Maybe. Maybe just to fill out all these shelves. But not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving the bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Merducomp 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code. The flooring's new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy. Rubberized. Feels like something you drag your feet on at the gym or on a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. But someone must have cheaped out in the installation, left a defect in. That, or David left a jackhammer on overnight. And nothing above it. This must be a spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here. And a lot of bottom shelf swill. Kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia's sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. It's a very big painting. And it's, impressionist? No, cubicle. Cubist, which is still incorrect. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. Big blue painting. Predator is an oil painting canvas made by the mid-21st century neo-abstract expressionist Mads Haystorp. Oh, here we go. His most well-known work was displayed in the Krullerheim Centre d'Art Moderne for 9 months before Haystorp entered the premises on 11/25/58 and used a hunting knife to cut the singular massive canvas into 3 separate pieces. When asked for comment, Haystorp replied, "My works are not complete until they have been signed." If there was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche among the cubicleists? Alright, I've searched the whole room now. Time to make or break. Wait, I want to look. It was 1-1 something. Fuck, what was it? I fully missed it. I saw it. It was 1-1 something. I wish I could open the fucking thing while I was here. There was a date right there. 11 something 58. 11/26/58. No dice. Okay. (11/25/58). I hit 26. I feel like there was at least one hint I came across. Better try again. 11/25/58. 11/25/58. The date the painting was signed. A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey, Morgan, What? How'd you get it open? What is that? I turned back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing a girl with a barcode emblazoned across her temple, required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such, and yet, even standing this close, I could swear it's snoring? I stepped forward and placed the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17? Or 18? A biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, but sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable, since you seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't No been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Warm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have. Sorry, it's just that this particular model is very, you fell asleep during class yesterday and apparently you were snoring pretty loud. Oh no. It's very cutting edge. Bleeding edge, judging by the flush in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say we've found what we were looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh, do you not, approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we, turn it around, or... I poked the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected given its frame, but the rigidity is remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake, but it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right, androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find that they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Crap. First the vault, now this? I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch should be child's play. And I think I know where to start. Jess, I think I'm going to step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Huh? Oh, sure. I'll, there's gotta be a manual around here somewhere. Good idea. It might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe we can scan its GIN number and find something in the company files. Generic identification number. Okay, yeah. Fake GIN barcodes, fins, are one of the most commonly requested tattoos. Most reputable farlers will draw a line through the barcode once finished to avoid breaking identity law. Somali Paka infamously sported GIN tattoo across his right knuckles and makes a show of signing the check to pay the fine for displaying a false GIN on an international broadcast every time he enters the ring. Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files on maintenance, tracking, power requirements. I somehow doubt the enigmatic android taking a catnap in the sarcophagus in David Asher's basement will have a user manual. But it can't hurt for her to try, and... I'm okay. Broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Hetero Jessica is a little silly. A little bit of a klutz. Now then, if I were David and I wanted to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything, typical for a genius, but a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username? Vocal commands. David Ashore? Morgan? Guest? Thank you for logging in as guest. It didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. Do you have a question? More than one. For now, though, what should I search for on his computer? Morgan. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on local drive. I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data, but I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight. Alright, buddy. A little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints? I mean, there's 64 characters in a DNA sequence, right? So her DNA sequence might be the code for the security console down there. Now, why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body, good for making stone axes and sending emails. It might be her fingerprint. Her fingerprint might activate the android. She's wearing gloves, so it didn't trigger. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit imitations, but androids are expected to look like people, and move like them too. Morgan would love to make a stone axe. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. The tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, you've got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine, anyway. Haven't seen one since college, but this must be a 3D printer of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture of what it'll take to turn on this android. I've got the what. For the where and how, I'll just have to manage. Still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Morgan, there you are. I've looked in every registry I could find, in every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in this system. It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android without a proper identification is... It's only buying or selling an android without proper identification that's illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right? Huh. We'll have this registered soon enough anyway. I think I've figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could reasonably be sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swab before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics cross-referenced with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. Now, where to find the lock? There was that diagram back in his shop. Was it meant to be a literal handshake verification? Huh. I thought that would work. Me too. Kiss her awake, babe. Sure, why not? The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it is gross placing my finger there. Oh, that's... still not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my fingers deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Yep, just shove your finger in her mouth, basically. Good moment. Well, that explains all of the posts with good moment. And all of the thirst posts about wanting to wake up with Morgan's fingers in your mouth. Good morning to you, too. Line number 112. Cute. Hello. I've never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves, then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Ashur. But in the order they were originally written. That'd be interesting. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She's Jessica Starling, and you're Morgan, last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last... Father told me about you. Oh, he did? Wait. Father? David, you had it call you Daddy? I'm referring to Dr. David Ashur. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me? Transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. And what else did... Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things! Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Ashur tell you anything about... told you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay, sure, I'll give you two. Or, well, I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab and make some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes. Thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? A model this lifelike with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you, anyway? You forgot my name already? It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Assured design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you. No. Should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I meant, do you know why you were created? Why you were born? Why? Why me? Why would you... Why are you doing this? You're a freak! A monster! What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please, why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. The Turing solution. David Assure's postcard. The answer for Turing tests, yeah. It's the solution to make sure that all androids can pass as human in conversation. Father's framework for programming linguistics in artificial systems. And the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, and international Gillette. Do you have an answer to my question? An answer to why you were created? Why you exist? Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give you a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer. And I defeated you with logic. World-class, high-power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So you catch criminals? That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. She's got like a Don Quixote face happening right here. Uh-huh. Do you also... Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? She's drooling? Yeah. I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give you a satisfactory answer. 0 for 2 on answering simple questions. What is the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any IDs of any designer. You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's gotta be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen. You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. But where does all the extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried moving you earlier and I felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took the wind out of her sails. My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated past... Wait, did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds for over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately... I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. That's definitely what cracked the floor. She probably jumped 6 meters straight up, and with how much she weighs, she probably cracked the floor doing it. Damn, bitch, the heat needs you. She could kill every cop in every city at once with no trouble. She's a walking death machine, and I will protect her. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, controlled, spring tight. Strength and flexibility like a ballerina or a gymnast. The Miami Heat are a basketball team? Oh, okay. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon, if you could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret. Are you deep in thought? But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about, if you like. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful. And there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settles it. This thing's a weapon, sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. That must come in handy? I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I'm not familiar with the term. It's a cute color, too? Hell yeah, it is. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design. Refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea, not sure what to do with it? Stick it in the pincushion. It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. See, Morgan, you have unfortunately become the protagonist of a work. And as a protagonist, you are going to run into a green-haired, extremely powerful android woman. That's just something that happens to protagonists sometimes. She's gonna be your sidekick now. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. She was even in a fridge. So true. Like, it's like photos in here. Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee over years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems we got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable, and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? That word you called me, what was that? Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means, my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. Very good, Adonai. Why'd David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myths tell of servants constructed out of earth and clay designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Is Sarah a reference to the classic, like Abrahamic golem? That's fascinating, actually. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. What? Fucking, I'm so dumb. Of course she's a golem. You had to stick your finger in her mouth to activate her. Just like a rabbi putting a scroll that imbues life into a golem. And instead of having a Hebrew word on her forehead, she has a barcode. God damn it, it's so obvious. And that also explains why she's not only meant to be protected, but also is military grade and could fucking, like, rip shit up if she had to. That's what a golem was. Like a companion that you had specifically in case things got bad. Or rather, specifically for once things got bad. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? Ooh. When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then? Correct. Right. David Assure is dead. He died last night. Understand? How... May I see him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not... He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them and not... The police are wrong. Excuse me. They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had... He told me. Look, Sarah... I'm sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot, so don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearmint. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Assure, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me, and he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable, and a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job, and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle. But what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. The UI red to green? Yeah. We're in the classic setup now. Because it's always been red to green, but now it's very red to green. It might have been red to orange before, when we were talking to Jess. I'll have to check back when we talk to someone else. Let's go. We need to... Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. Record scratch. You may wonder how I got into this situation. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it's between you and I. And I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, you can donate me to a university, it doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you will prove that Father did not... I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do we start? We? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview. And I'm far from useless. I can... The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective. And David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless... And I'm also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess that'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? Let's go! I mean, if you are a serial murderer, and also a defense attorney, or either one of those separately from that, having a partner who can legally just say, hey, oops, and you can't punish them because they're not considered people, pretty useful. Pretty useful. Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they all carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am. She's right over here. It's a drug? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Emma's here. We're cooked. She's hitting the Benjamin. Stimulant sold under the name Adroxone, since become one of the most widely used drugs in the corporate world. Stimulant of least concern. Employee of any corporation in good standing can access Adroxone. Workplace Adroxone is dispensed through detect overdoses, keep track of habit formation. Unsubstantiated claims that Adroxone was first invented as a purely recreational drug by the notoriously violent Skullhead Mafia caused the stuff so the 2083 Formal Investigative Committee was formed. In 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the deaths of all 391 known Skullhead members. Holy crap. 391 at once? That's gotta be like a record or something. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Did I miss out? Hey, do you think it was a cover-up or... No, that probably happened on its own. That shit is always exploding. On the contrary. Eyes wide, she's DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting the Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford! Let's see what profile she's got. February 13th, 165 centimeters. Weight, unlisted, blood type O positive. Assistant District Attorney, likes milk tea, white noise, and black lace. Dislikes artificial sweeteners, home remedies, and ink stains. Reads true crime and bodice rippers. Best at getting the staff's attention, worst at deciding what to order. Girl, I feel you. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Meg, so... No, wait. What are you doing here? I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. Date of birth, October 19th, 162 centimeters, 63 kilograms, A-negative blood. Occupation, homicide detective, 3rd class. Likes chewing gum, sports drinks, and biking. Dislikes babysitting, audiobooks, and manspreading. Relaxed when shopping for groceries. Struggles with remembering lyrics. Default status, do not disturb. Reyes is asleep right now? I don't think that's true. We can't all be as talkative as you. Normally, quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but if you were so genuine in your reading... Bite me! I don't know if there's a need for all that. Very mature, detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh, no, that's Kaguya's signature pose. Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. How old is she? Nope, that's Morgan. October 19th. It doesn't say, like, age specifically. But she's a 3rd class detective, so she's at least in her 20s. Probably mid-20s, if I had to guess. You can admit it if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit, because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is. She's the most famous... Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is. So, ma'am. Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Ashura's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is I don't know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter. That's convenient. Isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. Poor Jess. I know, she's surrounded by extremely intense bitches. Who are all, like, after each other. Beating episode 0 on High Roller, which is the harder difficulty, gets you a picture of Reyes in a bunny suit, I believe. And where did you hear that? I wish she was bisexual, Jessica. Respect. LOL, really? Yeah, let me see if I can fucking... No, not log. We want the phone up. Terms. Turn. Store. Yeah, Reyes undercover, question mark. And I'm pretty sure that's her in a bunny suit. I don't know if that's a charm or if it's just like a picture. But you can get a bunch of other different phone cases. You can get different charms. Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded it was a suicide. Can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... Because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. Is it technically a crime to commit suicide? Yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not to trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid on this occasion I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest, and I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Assure communicated to me as a matter of record the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline? No, wait, seriously, your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kaguya's on tour, detective. Should I get you tickets? It's like, girls, could you stop flirting for a second? Like, we're trying to do something. Actually, no, continue. You could have your dad drive you, like all the other 15-year-old... Hey! Feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just... I was telling you that David Assure wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asked for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at? If the court agrees it was a suicide, the verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like, whether he was in his right mind or not? You know anything about estate tax law, detective? No? But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy! An individual found by the court was not to be of sound mind can't well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. Get fucked, idiot. In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about the money? I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example... Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Assure did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations. Principally Noble. He was ruled to be not of sound mind, and his shares would end up acquired by the government. Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say, there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man who I was proud to call my friend. Awesome yawn voice. Thank you. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not going to let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starling did her part. They're watching, and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes by the end of the day, the whole country's gonna hear about how David Assure committed suicide. By midnight, there'll be questions about his competency, concerns about why the braid inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to... Oh no, the line graph will be sad. Yeah, exactly. It's the only thing the Megs care about. Not get in my way. So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. Glad we came up for a slur for corporations. Me too. It's about time. The court should have an opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's a date. Detective, would you get her clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve. Go my chinny BOI. And protect. Phew. Thanks for the assist, darling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like that Detective London gentleman? She was only like that because of Morgan. How often do you think a cop is mostly out and out aggressive versus just being kind of like lording superiority over you? And just kind of quiet. Like, he's doing more of a Columbo thing. I think they're more like her. Most are like London makes her calmer. Well, yeah, obviously. I don't want her to be calm around cops. I want her to freak out. They're mostly like her. They're mostly like that, yes. They're all that intense? Yes. It comes from being short. And most cops are short? Yes. Right. Well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now. Probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. To get me registered? She's copying her face. That's so cute. Fuck. She's already fucking parroting her. That's so funny. Among other things, either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me, that and I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions... I'll have to What's that look for? You were Father's friend. Thank you, again, for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied over the last few weeks, and I was never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician. Now that you mention it, there was a Po something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in... I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is it really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, Adonai. So proud of nothing? But a fast nothing! No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? Time and date expunged. Precinct 112. Detainment room 01. And who would you even have called? I don't know. But I should still have got my phone call. Instead, I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? New foster parent? Want me to call you Mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Hey-yo, maybe we might actually get along. So I've got good news and bad news. No, yeah, it's still green. Okay. I'm not your guardian. I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pigs, giving schools a felony now. I love the Gucci shirt, I guess. Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. That was for a homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw their passwords show up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, and then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Punched a steel cabinet? Oh no. That would fucking hurt your hand. I'm sorry. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything. That wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. So, what's the good news then? The good news is that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell? That doesn't count as good news. That's just a thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's got a lot better than a guardian. I agree. How's that? Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what. Because that's how they get paid. So how good are you at your job? Allô, monsieur! It's pronounced core. I know how it's pronounced. Kaguya. Official age is listed at 1,086 years old. Huh. Kaguya lore explained. Kaguya iceberg explained. Kaguya lunatropic tour tickets where to buy. Preliminary hearing. Cur. An archaic term for a dog. An abandoned mutt or spray. Did you mean cure? Heart. Oh, I see. Holy shit, the stream quality. Don't pay attention to the stream quality. Don't pay attention to it. Don't pay attention that OBS has me in the red right now. It's not relevant. Don't fucking worry about it. It's not important, because we're back, and it's fine. And don't call me that. When I met Fran in that police station, I couldn't help but bet that I'd landed the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning? September 20th, 158 centimeters. O positive. Student hacker, but don't put that down, obviously. Likes haptics, synth music, and cinnamon toast. Epic. Dislikes teachers, politicians, adults, cops, alarm clocks. Respect. Values rarity, originality, history, and vibes. So true. Favorite subject, none. Worst subjects, literal, social studies, athletics. No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. What do you want, Red? I can't call you up just for fun. Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I got homework. We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due. And I got sports. You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick. And I got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on Earth betting on a 70-year-old Gucci and Air Jordan vintage reps, Fran. Oh, it's Gucci, not Gucci. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block. So yeah, sorry, but I'm busy, so... I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top... Heh? I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday. Oh, yeah? They've been really into the self prefixes lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help. Oh? And he thinks you could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of... Fine, I get it. I need you to find a local musician. Musician? Knowing you, this will be electro swing or some other awful. Last name is Powell or Parker. And that's all you got? They'll be in David Assure's circles. Wait, Assure? You're working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon, within the hour ideally. Within the... You know I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who actually pay you on time? A musician. Find him. Okay. I like that she makes this stupid black star face every few seconds. Yeah. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course. Father was... Yeah, I know you want to. It's affected, obviously. Well, yeah. But why should I let you? Because I am capable and helpful. Uh-huh. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. How? I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey, to procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Oh my god, my internet is fucking eating shit. Yeah, there it goes. God damn it. I'm gonna have to stitch these VODs together again. Why is my internet totally down? It's kind of hard dealing with a character that, like, has similar stream of consciousness to me, if a bit more vicious. Yeah. She's the most, the most, murdery autistic person I've ever... autistic character, I guess, I've ever interacted with. She's very precise. My internet seriously is just gonna keep doing this, huh? Like, are we for fucking real right now? I'm playing Of the Devil. Don't fuck with me. Jesus fucking Christ. You didn't download enough RAM. I have tons of RAM. I don't have enough fucking bandwidth. Okay, it looks like we're better off now. Subjecting them to torture. I can help, Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. Oh, did we get her profile now? Date of birth, August 29th. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 199.99 kilograms. Blood type, UAD. Occupation, unemployed. Paralegal? Likes martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Dislikes static, blackouts, and elevators. Talents, I'm good at lots of things. Skills, I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. I also like the 180 degrees rule. Oh, she's into movies. I believe that 180 degrees rule is also is the line of action rule, but I might be mistaking that. You coming? Right away, Adonai. 11:45 a.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing, Building, Platea, Penthouse, Dining Room. What's that? The line of action rule is basically, if two characters are interacting, you should not ever change the camera angle to an angle that, crosses the line of their interaction, basically. Because it makes things harder to follow and kind of disorients people watching. So, like, if two people are facing each other and talking to each other, and you can see one character's left side and the other character's right side, if you suddenly flip over to the other side and you're seeing the opposite side of that conversation, it's going to be a little disorienting. I've seen some things that play with that in intentionally to disorient, but generally, as a rule, the line of action should not be crossed. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? Dining room. You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care what you're wearing. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there, in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't. The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Ashur was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to the Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is... being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? Ah, they don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it in the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just the process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless you suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Contraband Decriminalization Acts. So it basically decriminalized all narcotics, essentially, and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to oversee production, licensing, and distribution. They were just like, hey, everybody can have drugs, we just want to cut. I wish I could play with this while I was in this menu. Just, like, drag it around. So-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray wave followed after as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new gray market. Yeah. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever Father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. I kind of expect it to come sooner or later. It really is, like, the only intelligent way to go, but, you know, as long as we're being driven by, like, puritanical values, it's not gonna happen. It's the same reason fucking, like, we don't have universal healthcare. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom-made as opposed to mass-produced, typically outside of normal things. Designer drugs, DEADs, are illicit narcotics formed to produce a recreational high. Everyone wants their cut. I mean, yeah, it's like, what wins? Is it puritanical values or, like, the opportunity to tax further? What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork, while the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. Came across makeshift labs all the time when I was in uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is it's their families finding them in the living room, not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm gonna take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought there would be an outline. An outline around where they found Father. Like in the movies? Like in film? Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. Phone. ARCS user portal. Downloading. Initializing. Gotta download this thing every time. Augmented reality crime scene. Well, there he is. There is an outline. And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras that were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS. They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered all data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. I mean, who wouldn't be pouting after that? A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CX, D4, NX, D4. This is... I mean, it looks like a game. But, yeah. Is it saying... It's mentioning Spaces. I don't know what NXD4 is, or why you would mention a space without mentioning a piece first. I'm assuming it's a game, though. Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too... boring? Too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? I always admired this view. Buildings gleam with the reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the run-down, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view is secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto-tin on all his homes, in all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? Fucking her copying her is so funny. Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? Well, sitting, obviously. I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Better take a closer look. Spilled alcohol. The arcs show how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. So does that mean wherever the spill came from must be clean as well? Oh, we got evidence. Whiskey spill. After evaporating for most of the night, there's little left to test. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take-home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide. Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Oh, it's this one again. Heroic episode. Didn't just it opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving universal donor synthetic plasma into the young man's veins. Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth the price tag. Military contract for Noble. You're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable Chrome so you get this user experience you deserve? This is that article I've seen going around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they won themselves a real prize. They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it's saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there will be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Second glass. Or solo cup, I guess. 2 cups. One empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them? I've seen them before in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around. I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could mean... Inconclusive means inconclusive. That's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there is someone else's on the upright cup. So someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or... No, there's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit, am I already that late into the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah. There's a second set of prints on these cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whoever these prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Assure last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from a panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Assure's condition got worse. All the witness's vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken. Then there should be a record of their admission at the Gates field. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't take all of that on faith. Penumbra has set up most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So, yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Assure's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the Penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural. I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, 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 and Johnson. So how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Cochler, Gustave, Prince, and Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. Well, what does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. So that was it? One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Luck. They were searched. They didn't have any poison, no drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead, or even ill from the sound of things. So you would think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle. Subpoena, we know that. Reading list, Android blood saves life. That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Assure died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying, but that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras? There's no cams in the lab or the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If the cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right, David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible the police missed the poison? No, even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. My brother loves the real brand this is based on? Oh, I didn't know this was based on a real brand. So we can eliminate the possibility that a bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. 4 roses. Oh. Witness testimony. Whiskey. Felt lethargic, lost content. Okay. Witness testimony tells us a bunch of times. 1 chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting, and 1 chair pulled out. A party of 2. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't. In person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its gin if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. Seemed like that's everything critical on this side of the room, which leaves the kitchen. Pouting. She's very good at that. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. Console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? She's a good Maya. Hell yeah! She passes the Maya test. I hope everyone is having fun. Everyone's having fun except for the dead guy. And also Reyes. Reyes doesn't want to be here. Hydrating. Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pick first. Don't tempt me. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen with a ton of books. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. There's also... Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, Adonai. I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt. As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink. They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck, Adonai. Whacked him in the back of the head so fast it went between video frames. Poor Sarah. That's genius! You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature. It's bad luck. What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not a superstition. It's an ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care, then. If too much salt spills on your food, it'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Salt shaker. Accidentally knocked over during the investigation. Cap was loose, and salt... Okay, interesting. It had a loose cap. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Could test the salt? True. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? Huh? That's what the cams show, yeah? There's plenty to drink right here. And unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I'm an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. What have I missed? There's gotta be something around here. Oh, doy. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you asked, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, it seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus Executive Plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor. Water glass. David assures health insurance policy was with Caduceus, paid for by no... Okay, 4. Only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank it. Oh, that outrank it. Okay. So he was 3rd from the top in terms of insurance plans. He had executive level. Not like most people at all. Emergency console. Penumbra security console located private Wisconsin at 8:04. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah? So do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still in the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield, along with a half-hundred noble megs who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What, you can do that, can't you? I can. But I need your payment information to get started. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it? Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai. How bad could it be? 12:21 p.m., July 1st, 2086. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them so excited? Adonai, what does that symbol mean? Real nothing bad ever happens on a Friday type moment. In this rabble, probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with the bullet hole. I don't know. It's probably nothing. Based on net association, appears to be a symbol for the heartbreak killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol, or a following, or these... whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Assure's apartment? 'Cause Noble's trying to cover up the truth! They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try to catch them when they try to go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Assure was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle? On Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people? Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern. As long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Well, she's of the devil, naturally. Stop engaging. Smart kid. She gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. Well, black ops? Fictional classification for clandestine state accommodate actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts created up confusion, yada yada. No such designation exists. They must all have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then as soon as they outlived their usefulness... What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the first 6 prototypes that came before him. Worm android's so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way you could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Well, I gotta read this one. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all its own, cyberpunk, or cyberpunk, historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs, resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted into modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it's taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. A code of context that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Culture critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is that any wonder why the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Oh shit, does he have a horse with no name too? I don't know. Does the man with no name not name his horse? You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on the Harco crops? They're putting something in the food! Those people. Heartbreak. This is a goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have... Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So you think they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. Red and green flipped this scene, or were? Interesting. That kind of predestination. It means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them, you make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. In order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years. But what's the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefort industrial disaster. Limiting traffic. Variable user and confounding disinformation. Yeah, so it's fully of a blacked out article. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time. So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem, then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! Noble owns the cops! Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade through the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just a part of our job, detective. No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Breaking out the thesaurus on me? I'm only being realistic. And humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago and we all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety. Individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities or authority. Only with authority being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change, so if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do, and if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character, and if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing, what do, Adonai? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is... The only moral way to act is... Do whatever it takes to win. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels, and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. Okay, I got chills. I'm not gonna lie. I got goosebumps. That was fucking sick. 12:59 p.m., July 1st, 2086. This game rules. Hell yeah, it does. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Oh, thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, I had to pose and move in time to the dialogue. That's one of the reasons I want to track model so much. I move so much playing these games. Just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see they had a Caduceus Executive 3. More expensive than David's. Which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That's not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was the nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words. So little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Games on your phone, ass face. True. Of course I have. Treat others how you'd want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. He wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How could you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. That's my fucking autistic protagonist. Let's go, baby. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Oh, hey. Come on in. Don't stand out there in the... Cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here. I run a little hot. As you can see, my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Damn girl, honestly. March 3rd, 137 centimeters, blood type O negative. Samesies. Medical examiner, likes accessories, reality TV, palm reading. I can tell she likes accessories. She's got a whole fucking claw gauntlet going on here. Dislikes social media, dress codes, and ebooks. Loves to make new playlists. Hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased. Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? Was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. Gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, I guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plata Memorial Hospital was renamed Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex. Recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations. Paid for the renovations to Orchestra Hall and what used to be a Scout Arena. Oh, this is like the latest in string. Okay. It wasn't so long ago that Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices. Business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. Renogen Medical. Neobility. Generates newly listed aristocrats. Red Decade. When asked the opinion who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renogen board member Mireille Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is success is all about reinventing yourself. The only ones uncomfortable with that are..." the Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever they get themselves a new image. All the neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. But that must go double for the Ikarias, assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. It's a lot of screens. There's got to be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I just submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... boom! I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once while I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work. Helps me use up the screens. I see. She's so fucking ADHD coded. Fucking crazy. Get yourself medicated, girl. Are all these dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing, mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough, family says the company insurance plan would pay for the mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death. Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. She's finishing up? Is she finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow. Hi there, cute android. Didn't even realize it was... really cute. Their skin is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they come a long way. Early gens all looked flushed, felt like they were always running a fever. They ran like it, too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted. Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right, right. So what can I tell you? The police mentioned a tox screen? Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something. But the tox screen gave him nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So, were you forced to conclude that this was an unnatural death? I didn't give up that easy. Took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history, and I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran through every available database we have access to. Even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match with the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about the compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours. Private sector folks? Yeah, and pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anyone small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back, but for the rest of the field... Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now. So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart. It's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. The hottest girl in existence? I could see that. Not precisely, no. But without detailed knowledge on its half-life... Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I'd guess it must have been about 20 milligrams. Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless, then. Not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out, at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Doctor is sure died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMT has tried intubation and resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were already desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it. Yeah, it's turned into quite a puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man in Rich as famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes. Oh, biomonitors. Okay. Reading list, that's the hospital renaming. Evidence, the tox screen. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Heme? Why are you heming, Teeps? Why the heme? Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Work heme? That makes sense. Nothing at all, huh? Thank you, Yumi. Of course, so... You ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know that most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged, and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still, but his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone, and I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why was I created to not be capable? Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're gonna smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. We're expecting me to fall to pieces. Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? Adonai? You have your cigarette backwards. There it is, baby. She's off her game. She wants to pretend she isn't, but it's right there. Alright, that's back into cold storage for him, so... Need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic. But there's a number of metallic elements, too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding the receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. What if she just said no? I could see that. Depressants are a pretty rare in designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Some people look for a higher high. I just look for a sleeper sleep. Have you guys tried sunbeams? That shit is insane. We'll send you napping big time. Up on-ramps and down off-ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lock Kuhn, Tethys, Nyeth. Wrong, I'm asleep in complete darkness like a vampire. This bitch has never had an afternoon nap and it shows. Each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath the skyscraper's shadows. Whale Fall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? This bitch works night shift, all naps are afternoon naps. That's fair. If you're going for like a real sleep, you definitely want to have all your lights off. Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answered I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media, and your online presence is... not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kind of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. I was the one force-femming him. My master lawyer taught me that. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent and he knew what he wanted to do with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first? He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes he'd ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him the chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door, all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though, wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. It didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think? I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper, The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but... yeah, and it was awesome, Sarah. Get to the program. People love when lying and stealing happens. Have you seen a movie? But it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I love Sarah's smug little face. She is so cute. I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. She was his fucking programming duck. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. I mean, sometimes that's how you need to listen to someone. If someone's like, I'm pent up, I need to vent, really, like, sometimes the best thing is just to sit, listen, and nod. Just be attentive. It really doesn't take more than that most of the time. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You're referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over the distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit. Being a sociopath makes her the perfect programming wall to bounce off. It turns out that all programming ducks are murderers, or at least they house the souls of murderers. But only the really calculating ones work as programming ducks. That's why they're so expensive. To being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. Fine, I'll unshrimp and I'll hydrate, but that's the last of my water. That's all the water I have. All the other hydrate redeems this stream are going nowhere. So feel free to waste your beans. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. That's fine, you got 30 minutes left? Yeah. So unless characters just, like, start screaming, then we'll be good. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But, Adonai, that favor you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? David with the dead anime mom's side pony. That's just what it is, baby. It's like, if you got this haircut, you're probably gonna die. Or have died already. Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. 2:49 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. I might call it here. So that I don't... no, we can keep going. Sublobby A8. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least, I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor, could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel look like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. It's a good spot if I remember to get real program talky. Ooh, fun! So monumental in the scale of their hubris that they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai? Is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. Tree! To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves. Like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. Someone will be here shortly as opposed to someone being here longly. Yeah, it tells you whether they're sending Reyes or London. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but can pick up on that? Is it just a port of... Wait, actually, did I fuck up the voices? Was that supposed to be Sarah that was saying that? Yeah, no, she said that. I fucked it up. Is it just part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, the logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company that there is. So much energy, so many people, also intent. I love the company. Have you played Model Employee yet? The company loves you. You kidding? It's Saturday, the place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on a Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy. I will make them wish. Morgan? Oh, fuck. That's me. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says. Like it's an afterthought. What a name compared to your place in the What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. I'm David's lawyer. If I don't play Model Employee, then when Amazon releases its hot AI assistant at some point, it won't get me. Fuck, you're so right. I've primed myself. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? Compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind, how can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. O'Shure began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. Barcode's clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, doesn't correspond to anything we got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job, now we just need to go to the right place. Not so far, I hope? It's in the building. In the building. That could be anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters. B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. Putting a barcode directly on your forehead. Do you think there's someone with a barcode on their forehead that specifically works to counteract Agent 47 in Hitman? They're the flip reverse one. And they just, like, have two guns that heal people. And, like, a homing briefcase that when it hits you in the head, it gives you, like, a cupcake or something. You mean Agent 74? 74 agents. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and what shape or size. Then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests. Smart. So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding, there are 11 cameras on us at the moment. That I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. (3:08 p.m., July 1st, 2086. It's nice playing a defense lawyer who's happy to throw her weight around. Rather than just being like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break into this crime scene. I just fucking, yeah, I know I'm not allowed, but I'm just here, you know. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Basement floor 9. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. Just wait till you get to the court section. Let's go! I'm looking forward to it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. She always spits venom with a smile on her face, and I love it. What's being built out there? Our top-of-the-line brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16. Warm. Looks kind of cold out there. The way you played Feeny right, you might die, actually. I'm looking forward to it. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. Flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bringing the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began working on the worm concept. They're out there making Skynet Terminators. Well, Skynet Terminators that need, you know, meat to function. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals or organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you. We try. We ended up researching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out half a dozen of them, but... right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High-precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Ashur? Partly. He led a team that built the motor neurons into this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin. Think people, how can we make androids people can fuck? We're drowning so far in the red that people crave sex bots. I mean, if you're not a fucking coward, you can fuck a cold android. You just gotta, like, heat up the pussy first. Or not. Or the dick, or whatever. It's up to you. It's like, they're robots. Like, you could definitely fuck one. This is an android that everybody can fuck. That was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures. Helen Young? Young. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for an individual lab work when you get her kind of pay grade. So Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Young. Did he partner with her on this? Seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. They have an unironic sign-up that says, "Don't finger the cold androids," with the crushing hazard symbol. If Dawes does quality assurance, is this some kind of android calibration device? Probably whatever he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, out on the floor there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? David, why did you make your super customized, super advanced android tiny? Because he wanted a daughter, obviously. Or he wanted Morgan to have a daughter. Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such, but it isn't red. It's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. Full-on Danganronpa blood. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry. I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural. It comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment. Chromofuge. Interesting that that's a evidence piece. 189 centimeters. A negative. Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control. We got the Chief Supervisor. Hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practiced handshake. Struggles with solving captchas. Hair has started to gray. Oh my god, he's a corporate bobot. Changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer, for short. Real high-quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fab? So, quick fabrication. Microscopic parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Yeah, it's a 3D printer for, like, nanomaterials. Basically a 3D printer for nanomachines. There we go. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids. The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon. Building blocks. They feed it into the nano printer and assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Must be time-consuming. You would think, but Randock cracked the code on parallel microfactoring. facturing, like manufacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. Finished product ends up at the center, drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky. It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum sealed while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own. For some reason. It's basically Robo-Spunk. Oh, fuck. Teeps has cracked the code. An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. Dawes, the inhalers. They're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David... I love being on the inhaler. We love 56-hour work days. Is it raining in there? Those are sparks from the manufacturing process. Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is. Not hospitalizations. Or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. It's raining. Don't listen to her. Yes, it's raining only on Morgan and only Yellow. These days. Someone is fully peeing on Morgan from the second floor, and she's so focused she doesn't even notice. Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow red after brushing your teeth, and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear! The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. What, just throw up? Yeah. Inducing vomiting. Evidence. Manufacturer. That he had, which he could have made anything with. Yeah, I know, right? Is that everything? I think that might be everything. Oh, this box. What have we got on this datapad? Datapad! Score! Some kind of write-up? Subject of Sullivan's Peak. World's economy heavily influenced by Uncanny Valley. Automated dependence that assistance in nearly every... Yeah, the ads. Cartoons and puppets don't resemble the living, but they're too close, like Nobel's products. And then, in between, they don't have a day to put on stupid masks and commit legal crime, but mostly murder, because no one has any imagination. So true. The space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than anyone ever suspected. Equal in this guy described a concept of Sullivan's Peak. Uncanny Valley has its own peak on the other side, a point past which making artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable. Designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological process. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be wary of it. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed... Like, fuck murder, I'm looting. I'm sure that if it were legal, most people would be stealing and eliminating dead. If we could get away with anything, I feel like people would immediately go to, like... People would immediately start, like, hacking into fucking corporate databases and shit and just erasing shit. I could see some people getting uncomfortable. All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized that it may have been Assure's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract, all noble products, and, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. I'm going to my foreman's with a lighter and some cheap whiskey? Hell yeah. They can't prosecute, but make sure you don't get seen, if he lives. The only problem is Purge World is smart crime goes like, oh no, don't purge like that, actually. Tesseract 4.6, programming language built on Tenet. So, code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment. Oh, interesting. So it's specifically, like, reactive programming. Interesting. Sullivan's Peak. Easy to read and write. Stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah? Neko Morg. Yeah, remember it kept my save data. This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. There's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. But I knew. Shoots somebody in the heart with a revolver, spins it, and then leaves. Data storage so large that I can't... No, wow, he had to measure it using... Hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking, that's... hacking? Essentially. No, she used all the bullets, remember? And can still spin it. Does that mean it could hack its own tenants? I don't have to look up what a tenant is. It's guidelines for androids. Oh, no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. I love Neko Bubbles so much. Neko Bubbles, you're a real one. Respect. For an ad to break its tenants would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you'd ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids. So, yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems? The industry line is that such a capacity could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is... drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Let's go! She's gonna fight the walker from RoboCop with her bare hands. It'll be awesome. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? She's so cool. So fucking true. Like I said, she's a protagonist sidekick, like, android. Of course she's kitted the fuck out and has green hair. And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... that can't be right. Look, DAWs and pronouns. She does have pronouns. Which is very important. Look, DAWs... I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you could restore those logs? Not here. Not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? I'm a Ramona enjoyer. You gotta get up pretty early to beat me in that particular joke. So real. I mean, who isn't a Ramona enjoyer, really? I guess the evil exes. But they also enjoy Ramona still, even despite everything, I think. Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just... like flowers? Yeah. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, she has blue hair and pronouns. Dr. Assure, whoever, took a very different path to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end there. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we let a few new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's gonna be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... She's just teasing her at this point. Never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Set it to Megatron. Do you want to reset to... If I knew more about more Transformers, I would make a joke about some Transformer that's green and orange. But, I don't, so... Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. Hotshot. He didn't have green in him. I had a figure. He has red and yellow and like gray on the inside. That was actually the first Transformers toy I ever owned. Was the Armada Hotshot with the Minicon like over the shoulder rocket launcher thing. I'm reading 23 tenants here, nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. It used to be they only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, the first lawsuits, then the hearings, and the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the Army's the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects vs. Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set up a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list of the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny. Ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with a single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. We want kill bots, goddammit! This is America! Fuck! I want kill bots! Now! I had the Starscream one from that, which is just a black and red hornet. Interesting. The The most impressive ones, like what you got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. Oh my god, she's gonna be like $1 trillion. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, let's see the number! Insurance algorithm take into account the green and more one-of-a-kind value the components used in the construction totals to a very large sum. Damn it, I wanted a number. Fuck. Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. I hope Morgan doesn't have to pay those fucking insurance premiums. Jesus Christ. It was pictured on the left. Was it? Oh, it's a lot of O's. Fuck. Oh my god, that's so bright. That could just be numbers. Like the, pound symbols. Here's the thing, that algorithm is also designed to lowball you. Well, obviously, it's written by an insurance corporation. You spoke differently back there. With Dawes. You spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seem to mirror his effect, his tone. Yes! She has autism. She tries to engineer situations. You just mirror people. It works. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized, and then smashed. Great, you just put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young. iRobot ass line. True. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very... convenient. Forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. And I think that's where we're going to end this stream. Because this is a perfect spot. Right before we meet, Young. Can a robot fumble a 1010 yacht? Can you? Well, that has an easy answer. And the answer is yes. Anyone can fumble a 1010 yacht. She needs to crumple a steer's interrogation table and screams, I did not murder him. I did not kill him. I did not. I didn't. It wasn't me. Alright, who is streaming right now? Alright, who is... Oh, fuck. Piss. I fucking didn't have myself muted. Damn it. That's gonna sound like shit. Okay, oh, hi, Morg. Zilx is playing Repo. Level 1 Cleric is playing Undertale, which we love. Yeah, I think we're gonna go to Level 1 Cleric. Because Undertale rules. Repo the Genetic Opera. I mean, now who's the fucking nerd? Jesus Christ. I've seen that movie, and it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. It's fine. It's not something I would rewatch, I don't think. But, like, you know, for a theater kid movie, pretty solid. I hope you all enjoyed this stream, because I certainly did. I'm looking forward to playing more of this. And hopefully my internet, you know, doesn't freak out next time. She hated it, and she hates me, wants me to fucking die. The closest that I can achieve is blasting your ass through a raid. So, fucking get the hell out of here. I will see you guys on Sunday. I haven't decided. I'm either going to do more Voices of the Void this Sunday, or I might bite the bullet, and if I can replay the most recent story stuff, I'll just do what I like to call Sellout Sunday, and we'll be doing the sponsored Zenless Zone Zero stream then. I'll let you know. Bye-bye. Wait, what am I waiting for? What should I wait for? Should I blast you? Are you getting blasted now? You have a very short amount of time. The timer is counting down. I don't have control over it. I can just choose to send it early. Quickly, Teeps! There's no time! It's my birthday, do Voices of the Void. Okay, fine. If it's your birthday, we'll do Voices of the Void. Bye-bye. I'll see you later.